Hey, Richard. Yeah, ready. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna see how it works with screen sharing. Can I do that now already, or? Yeah.
So we have a new guest. It's Raoul Kramer from Databreak, and Raoul is going to speak on a bug bounty project. So we'll switch over to Raoul. I will patch him through so you can all hear him.
Yes. Can I start already? Okay. Hi, I'm Raoul, and I'm gonna talk today about the bug bounty program that we're working on, and it's very new project. Uh, and I already took the liberty to actually change the name instead of bug bounty to crowd bounty. Bug bounty is more for finding bugs in software, and what we are trying to work on is to fix bugs and build features and get rewards for that. So this would be great for a community like you and for people that are learning about open source, so that in the future they can find projects to work on and get rewarded. So I'm Raoul Kramer. I am specialized in working with open source software. Mostly I'm a project lead and product owner. Project that I work on is Ubuntu Touch for the UbiPorts Foundation. I work on a piece of software, Polis, and I do that for governmental organizations here in the Netherlands. And currently we're also working on a project called OpenAGPS. So it's an alternative for Google Supple service. So we can have a GPS in a private way and in an open source method, so that that can be reused by other organizations. Additionally, I work for the Coalition for Fair Digital Education. So we try to build alternatives for big tech school platforms with open source software. So the bug of crowd bounty project is initiated by a couple of organizations. Open Source Science is one of them, and UbiPorts, and they will initially try to pilot the software as first attendance. Additionally, we have OneStein that will help with technical realization. So a lot of open source organizations, they struggle with first of all getting donations, but also when they get donations to match that with development power. So we want to try to streamline that and make that easier for donations to match with development power and developers. Additionally, we also see that there is a need for problem ownership by community members. Um, and yeah, we noticed that there are issues with there are often bugs in software and features that are wanted, but to rely on volunteer developers, it's very difficult to create a healthy community. So it would be great if the issues and features are owned actually by community members. And we found a way how to do that. That's with letting community members donate. The criteria for the project, because the organizations are already working with Odoo, and Odoo is a very flexible, open source AIR platform, enterprise resource platform. It needs to be a feature in the Odoo community version, the OCA version. And to prevent reinventing the wheel, we want to see if it's possible to base as much components on existing Odoo features. And additionally, and already there is an open source module for that, we will try to extract, or we can extract, information from Git repositories about bugs and features, and project that on a public interface of Odoo. And then we are kind of thinking, like, with a nice shopping module in Odoo, we could see if community members in that way can donate on features and bugs. So what I showed already, and also if you're interested to work on the project, because hands are always great to have. So it's going to be built on the OCA community version from Odoo, and that's mostly written out of Python and JavaScript. So that's a very accessible. Those are very accessible languages. And next to that, we will use Git to pull issues and features in. So we didn't start building yet. We're now kind of developing the architecture and user interface sketches. So I'm going to briefly show you the way, or intended way, how we're going to do that. So there are big bugs and features, and they are filed on GitLab. And from Git it will be pulled in the ERP system, enterprise resources system, and in that way projected on a public page on the Odoo website. So then it's accessible for community members to vote. And I don't mean voting, but kind of voting with your money, donate money for those specific issues. And in a way, how more money you put on a issue or feature, how higher it will become in the ranking list. And then, especially interesting for you developers, you can claim a feature or a bug, and you will get, when you fix it, and it's checked by people from the community, developers from the community, from the core team, then the payment will be done. So the bounty, the donated money, can be paid to the developer. So if you're interested to help out, you can always email me, and if you want to keep up to date of the program and want to see when the platform is in the air, we are looking at kind of trial it next month already. So we are kind of trying to put speed behind it. So if you're interested and would like to maybe fix bugs on projects, keep an eye on us on Open Source Science, on the UBports Foundation, or contact me directly with my email address, and then we can keep you up to date. So I think this was my short presentation. I don't know if there's any time for questions or other kind of remarks.
Nothing in the chat for now.
So if we have questions, then we come back to you, Ron. No questions at the moment.
Okay.
So I think we will have questions in our channels. We have two channels. That's
Mm-hmm.
Telegram, and then we have a Mattermost channels for the participants of the hackathon.
Yeah.
And so we are getting questions from there. And as and when we have questions, Rahul, we would be emailing them to you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
So, Rahul, it was great to see this new initiative. I think it's a fantastic one. It's really needed for Oka. Tomorrow, I'll be presenting something on the Oka development. So, it's really a nice, start from you.
Yeah.
So that I can continue that part. So that's going to be great.
Yeah, and
Thank you very much.
we're going to continue in 10 minutes, no, 15 minutes with the Linux presentation, and then at 11:15 we have a panel discussion. So hope to see you viewers soon again. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you.
everybody who is already back and ready for the next masterclass. Very soon Jeroen Bate will be online, and Jeroen Bate is a very renowned Linux professional. Jeroen is also very well known as a Linux author and also an Odoo specialist. So we are going to watch and see what Jeroen has to tell us. Yes.
My name is Jeroen Bate. I'm one of the founders of Open Source Science, and I've been an open source consultant since 1998. I've written books and software, and I teach, coach and train people both in technology and in soft skills. There are no slides, so close your eyes and relax while I try to tell you a story. As for centuries, stories have been the way in our civilization to transfer knowledge. Let me start with why. Why use Linux and open source software? Well, because it made me happy when I started using open source software back in 1998. And I think it makes people happy, and I'm sure it will make you happy. At the moment, this talk is delivered to people all over the world. That means people with very different cultural backgrounds and with many cultural differences. This brings me to the Harvard method, the Harvard negotiation method called getting to yes, as this method is very much suited to bridge cultural differences. Despite cultural differences, everywhere there is a universal desire to learn, to gain knowledge. Knowledge as a tool to escape poverty, knowledge to increase career perspective, and knowledge to be able to understand each other. Once there was a Finnish IT student called Linus Torvalds. He started a personal experiment that grew to changing the world. He was building his work on the shoulders of others who did prior work, and a lot was already done by the GNU project of the Free Software Foundation. This brings me to the importance of community and communication, learning and growing step by step. How to conquer the world, you might ask? Well, without violence. Is there a recipe, a playbook? No. But for me that started in 2000, questions about Linux on the desktop. Well, first Linux started replacing traditional closed source Unixes on servers. Then came embedded software, software embedded in devices like television sets and DVD players, MP3 players, and set-top boxes for televisions that received video streams over the internet. Then came the supercomputing sector. See, for instance, the website top500.org. It started with one, but now all 500 are Linux-based. Then mobile came to life, with open source Android. Tablets appeared, still no Linux on the desktop. But most people these days use the internet without a desktop, using phone or tablet. And most of the applications are being served by Linux servers. The cloud appeared. Currently, Linux has more than 50% of all cloud workloads. And these days everybody talks about AI. Again, building on the shoulders of others, with the recent impact of the open source DeepSeek model. AI also presents an educational struggle, the need for a personal learning effort opposed to the quick results students want to get. But learning means being able to check the results and fix errors. Learning breeds critical thinking. The use of AI doesn't. At the same time, AI will increase productivity enormously for all sorts of programmers, but is only useful if you are able to understand what AI proposes. And AI software itself, with its huge data needs, also needs a stable and efficient OS, again Linux. So far the history lesson. Now on to the future. What do I think are the trends for the next few years in Linux and open source? Well, of course, increased adoption of AI and machine learning, with open source projects increasingly incorporating AI and machine learning capabilities, making these technologies more accessible to developers and organizations. Also called Enhanced Developer Experience, DX for short. Think of projects like Cursor, Jan, DeepSeek, Mistral, and integrations like Visual Studio Code with Copilot and the ChatGPT built-in web IDE. And while being happy with the good things that AI brings, beware of sellers of unrealistic dreams, but always dream unrealistically yourself. Another thing I see is the rise of decentralized open source platforms. There's a growing interest in decentralized platforms that allow for more collaborative and transparent development processes. Less commercial ads, sometimes even none, less steering of public opinion. See how Mastodon grows, how PixelFed as a picture sharing platform booms. Another thing I see is the upcoming increased focus on sustainability and funding by large organizations. Sustainability of open source is becoming a priority, with more projects seeking sustainable funding models to ensure long-term viability. There are more and more funding options for open source developers, thanks to organizations like the German Sovereign Tech Fund, the Dutch NLNet Foundation, and the US Open Collective. The Sovereign Tech Fund, for instance, invested €700,000 in FreeBSD, or Open Collective Foundation dispersing $50 million to open source projects in 2024 alone. Numbers unheard of until very recently. Another thing I see is the emphasis on security and privacy. With rising security threats, there's a stronger focus on enhancing security and privacy measures within open source projects. With the growing popularity of open source, so too grows the attempts at supply chain attacks to try to corrupt popular software libraries to spread ransomware or data theft. And last but not least, I see the growth of diversity and inclusion. Efforts to increase diversity and inclusion within the open source community are gaining momentum, aiming to create a more inclusive environment for all contributors. For instance, the rise of code of conducts at events. For I believe a civilization can be measured by how it treats its more vulnerable members. This is not woke, this is common decency. Let me be clear about this. There is no room for bullying in today's modern open source society. Will generative AI one day rule the world? Nah, because the world isn't run by computers, it's run by people. And again, the importance of a healthy community and communication is a vital part of that. Learning and growing step by step. Learning also means asking questions, even when they are hard, uncomfortable questions. That is not a matter of disrespect. That is a way to find answers to improve our society. Working in a society is about solving problems every day. If there are no problems to fix, there's no work to be done. The goal of life is, after safety and food, in my opinion, ultimately to be happy. So try not to talk about some group as them, but see the actions of individuals. Because a few people just want to see the world burn, but most people just want to be happy. But make no mistake, there will always be problems to solve. So learn how to solve them. Then solve them. Then tell others how you solve them. So others can stand on your shoulders. And living standards in the world increase. And happiness increases. So in conclusion, use and build open systems with open source software and open data. And be happy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jeroen, for your insight into Linux development and the future that holds in terms of open source and AI, and a huge plethora of information there. Uh, One of the best parts is this hackathon. We are focusing a lot of efforts on Ubuntu Touch product development, which is Linux on telephones, and the Odoo development efforts. So a lot of projects have been given to students and university participants from across the world. They are going to participate in some of the uh, great projects, or live projects as we call it, and looking forward for that. In the next 5 minutes, we are going to start a panel discussion, headed by Eric Maltz from Open Source Science. Panelists from India will be joining. Panelists from across the world will be joining. Jeroen Batten himself will join, and we would start in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi. It's Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, yeah. Tremendous applause. Oh, wauw. Geweldig. Oh, oké. Jeetje, man. Wow. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I will be in Berlin in when is it? When is it? The beginning of March. I have an event there, but couldn't be helped at the moment. Yeah, yeah. Ah, oops. Yeah. Okay. Hi. I visit the toilet just a second.
That should work.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah?
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
So I think I'm just waiting for
I
the panelists from
can.
India to start to join, and then we have.
Okay. So
How
this
long
is
is the panel
probably.
session? Half an hour?
You're
1 hour?
live now. This is live. Oh, we'll put the panel on. So you are now fully viewing already. We're waiting for the
Okay.
other. We are currently waiting for the other panel members.
Mm-hmm.
It's stuck. I'll put picture in picture. That's the wrong one. Let's see how we can do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to review the stream at the moment to prevent conflicts of audio and video.
Okay.
Let's see how we can do that.
It's okay, you need to put the camera on. We just change the camera.
This. First we press 1. Yeah, and we can switch camera. Yeah.
Right, we're just waiting for the panelists from India. So.
Waiting for the panel from India and Jeroen joining us from France.
Yeah.
We are joining from Berlin. This is quite an international happening this way. You can hear us well, Jeroen?
I'm hearing you fine.
That's good.
Start these conversations. Yeah. It's quite cold in Berlin at the moment. We were greeted with snow and a temperature of -9, so it was quite cold last 2 days, especially yesterday while we were setting up the studio was fascinatingly cold.
Yeah. How's the temperature in France right now?
It's about 15 degrees Celsius, so it's pretty cool. No, not cold. Pretty relaxed and
Not
and
comparable to
lovely.
Berlin right now.
No, it's dry. It's I've got a clear blue sky, just partially clouded, and a lovely temperature. So all good.
So Richard is going to call with India now to see where the panelists are coming from. So we're also facing quite a time difference. We are sitting in the same time zone where it's almost 11:30,
Yeah.
but
Hi.
in India it's now almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, we were already live.
Okay.
Yeah, they're joining in 2 minutes. Sorry.
So
Sorry for the delay. There has been they just connecting their network and joining in. So meanwhile, how has been the experience so far? We've had about 500 plus registrations for this hackathon. 12 countries, 22 universities and colleges, including
Wow.
university from China, from Dubai, 2 universities from India, about I think 8 or 9 universities from India, and a lot from Namibia, Botswana,
Ghana,
Ghana. Yeah.
Cameroon.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
It absolutely is.
And the students have been given the list of projects that they need to they can pick and choose from, and they would be given a week's time to deliver these projects on their respective Git repositories and forward the link and information to the examining panel, who will then evaluate. After the cutoff date is March 1st.
March 1st, yeah, 2300 hours and 59 minutes Central European Time. So the projects vary from projects on Ubuntu Touch, a whole list of projects, where especially the Deco project has 3 bonus prizes of 2,000 euros each for the realization of a couple of requirements, and it's all in the brochure. People who have registered can read the brochure. Those prizes are given by Smoos and Weinstein, who really would like to take the Deco app further on. And for the rest of the event, we have 2 prizes of 2,000 euros for a team, which gives the best result back, which can be any of the projects. That can be Ubuntu Touch project, but it can also be one of the many Odoo Oka projects which we have. And I think we already also had some nice presentations, not only a presentation by you, Jeroen, about the general development, where we will continue in the panel discussion as soon as the rest of the panel joins. And we had a good talk by Professor Murthy about the digital developments in India. And of course, Raoul Kramer, who took us with him on the journey of the crowd bounty project, which we started a week ago on initiative of, in all honesty, myself and one of our other fellow shareholders who really wants a structure for the bugs. And what Raoul mentioned, he didn't mention everything, but the whole idea is that we create a self-communicating network of bug founding instances who communicate with each other. So that would mean if you on your Odoo site run the bug bounty module, we run the bug bounty module, UBPORS runs the bug bounty module, that we can configure it, that the instances will communicate with each other about the bugs and the bounties. so that we can build a bug bounty network around the world. That's the idea behind the project. So any university who wants to participate, who can run an Odoo instance, an Odoo community instance, and install the module, can then participate in the network of the projects. And thus, we hope to create a global network of possibilities for people in the open source world to generate an income. So that everybody, if they are living in Africa or in India or Sri Lanka or everywhere around the world, they can join in the project.
Fantastic. I think now we are joined by India finally. Yeah.
Yep.
Welcome, Professor Dr. Suresh. Long time, a couple of months ago that we shake hands in real life. It seems another camera is popping up.
Professor Suresh, there's one more camera from India that's started. Can you hear us, Suresh?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Excellent.
Fantastic. So Professor Suresh has joined from a university in India, which is based out of a city called Pune. And Pune is one of it's kind of the center parts of India, so it's kind of in the middle. Pune is very known for its universities since my childhood. It's very famous for its progressive policies on education. So Dr. Suresh sits out of a university. He works for MIT ADT, which is a very renowned university there, and they're also one of the partners for open source science to deliver top quality open source science education. And Jeroen, they would be also using most of your courses that you're developing for Linux 1, 2, 3, 4. So Jeroen is the professor who's going to be actually really guiding us through the Linux 1, 2, 3, 4.
Especially the Linux Advanced courses. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
And it also interesting about the city of Pune is that Pune has a historical tie with the Netherlands, as Philips opened their first factory outside of the Netherlands in Pune. So,
Okay.
Yeah. And if you go to the Philips Museum in Eindhoven, you can see an entire part of the collection in the museum is all about Pune. So it's quite interesting.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there. I've seen
Nice.
the
That's
collection.
interesting.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. So we are waiting for one person to join.
Are we waiting for somebody else to join? Dr. Suresh from India?
Not actually, only I have joined it.
Okay, got it. Okay. So Jeroen,
Yeah, I would like to start discussing, especially where Jeroen stopped with his presentation. He already mentioned it a bit, and that's of course the growing development of artificial intelligence. And let's discuss a bit about this. First of all, I want to open the discussion with a bit of history and also, I think, a statement, and then we'll see how we can discuss about this. So first of all, when I write about AI, and I'm not specifically talking about generative AI, but specifically just about AI, and I write in social media or on publications that I've written, that I did publish my first AI solution back in 2005, then sometimes people tell me that's not possible. How is that possible? Because ChatGPT invented AI only 1 or 2 years ago. So there is a general misconception in the world about how old AI is, and AI is very old. Some people even discuss that a simple if-else structure in a computer program is in fact a form of artificial intelligence. But
Okay.
Yeah. So and next to that, another thing we can which I would like to put on the table is the difficulty of what is hello Devaki.
No problem.
Yeah.
You
Ms. Devaki Sahasbudre, our Dean in Asia, has joined. And turned her camera off right away. So I will continue. Of course, if we talk about open source, we always talk about the 4 freedoms, right, Jeroen?
Basically, yes.
So, what's now the problem with talking about open source in relation to AI?
Well, the fact that it's not only software that's involved, but also the training data that the model is trained on.
Yeah. So sometimes I know that our guests from tomorrow we have one of the founders of Nextcloud here in the studio, and they have developed a tool for determining what is open source about an AI, and they
Okay.
So and it's a traffic light. It has 4 colors: green, yellow, orange, red. Basically, they measure 4 different levels of openness. And like you already mentioned, it's not only about how open is the source code. That's only one of the 4 parts. And if you know the discussion about DeepSeek, DeepSeek scores only 2 positive points. Their source code is open, and the result of the AI is open. That's only 2. They don't share the source data, and they do not share the weights of the algorithm. That's also excluded.
Yep.
So, and then, of course, we have a whistle now.
This audio is
That's someone who has.
and a cameraman.
Yeah, we have a little bit. Okay, sounds good.
So.
So I wouldn't be surprised if in the next few years there will become a sort of an open data set for the training of AI systems. An agreed upon standard of information that people use to do the basic training of an AI model.
Yeah. So we have Mistral, of course, the French open source AI. Do you use it?
Well, I'm very interested in AI developments, and so I have several models running on my server using the Oyama web UI. And Mistral is one of them. And Mistral is very good at explaining how it's thinking, which is very interesting to see, but also takes its time to do so.
And how is it? How is this going in Pune, Dr. Suresh?
Well, maybe Miss.
So something went wrong now, but Devaki entered the discussion. So Devaki, welcome. We had Dr. Suresh in the. Oh, he's back again. Yeah. And we have Jeroen Bate, and Jeroen is one of the fellow shareholders of Open Source Science. So, and Devaki is our dean in Asia. And so Dr. Suresh, I was asking how are things with the usage of generative AI on the MIT ADT campus in Pune?
Yeah. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
There's an audio problem. Okay.
Yeah. Am I audible now? Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah. We hear you clearly.
Sorry, am I audible now?
You are. We can hear you.
I,
I
I
my
can
voice
hear
is
you.
audible to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I am again thankful to the OS-SCi, Mr. Richard. They have given the opportunity on this forum. So basically, as all of we know that how the open source is very much important nowadays. The few things, if we say that open source software, the benefits is nothing but the source code availability easily, then license compliances, which we are facing heavily nowadays. So that we have to break and we have to do all the developments very openly, transparency in the code development as well as all the development processes, community involvement, as many people are working on the same product but they are working in the silos. So if they all come together, so we can feel how the technology is growing up. So that is what the important part of the open source is. And obviously the documentation part and version control, that is very much difficult whenever we go for the other softwares. But in open source, now in every sector, all the automations are happening over the older softwares. 30, 35 years maybe they have been developed by the different companies, organizations, but now they are also switching to the open source because of the multiple version control facilities which are available in the open source software. Again, the compatibility and the standards which are easily available, right? So when we switch to the open source, at that time very first benefit which we are getting is nothing but the cost effectiveness. So if you ask me as an MIT Edita University what kind of benefit we are getting, so if our organization moves on the open source developments, open source implementations, or if we create an open source infrastructure in the university, then the cost which we are saving against it, that we can effectively use in other initiatives, maybe other research projects we can invest, and we can take our students as well as our Indian society to the next level. So this is what I feel a biggest benefit from the open source community. Then the customization is heavily available here in the open source. Then security we can handle because we are providing the cyber security and forensic courses, and that really required the open source frameworks where we can do a lot of practicals and the assignments and all the kind of research in the security areas. So this is what the basic benefits I can see whenever we are implementing that to the universities. So education values small projects. Students are now started working. We have taken courses from the OS-SCi, and they are very much a proper way they have arranged it from the scratch to the next level. Because our students are learning different programming languages, so all these open source courses are in line with this. So we are sure that we can implement it properly, and students will also enjoy the learning of the open source. And I am damn sure within maybe 5 years, next 5 years, everywhere there will be the use of open source technology, open source stack only. So this is what I find that open source is very important henceforth in this anywhere in the technology structure. So this is what my input on the open source software which we are implementing at the MIT Data University.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. So I think it was an interesting discussion, right?
Yeah, it was interesting. We got four different perspectives from France, from Pune, India, from Berlin. Um, I think one of the best things that's happening right now is that governments are also pushing for open source. So earlier, the government stayed away and went to big techs, but today they've realized that the need for open source is stronger than ever before because of stronger GDPR compliances, other factors. We have a panel there. Devaki, our dean from India, is also there. She's on some of the empaneled persons with the government there, and she's also driving the open source initiatives within governments. In India, in Dubai, she's working with governments in Dubai for that as well, in UAE. Devaki, if you can share your experience interacting with government people and their receptiveness in India and UAE. You're on mute. If you can unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Yurun. I've heard
Hi.
all good things about you. And
Oh, thank you so much.
and yes, thanks, Richard, for asking that question. Um, so many good things are happening in India as well. When I speak with the government, when I work very close with the IT Ministry of Karnataka. Karnataka for you, Yurun, must be Bangalore. I'm talking about Bangalore,
Okay.
and that's the IT hub of India. That they call it as a Silicon Valley of India, and yeah, I work with. We are doing certain good work in the IT ministry on understanding what could be the next big thing, not only in India but overall. And to my surprise, everybody was talking about open source, which is definitely a good thing because they save a lot on the license fees. They do a lot of
We've had a small network outage.
5 minutes?
We've had a small network outage. Can you put the still camera?
We are on air, but the network speed has dropped. The Jitsi lost its signal.
Everywhere. We lost. Sorry, we're back.
chancellor here in MIT. Yeah. And he has been very keen to start on the COE, the Center of Excellence, because yes, and they are more interested in making the Center of Excellence a revenue generation model. So that is something which we all are working towards. Richard, I, Suresh, Eric, we all are working towards that. And India, I think, is very at a very fast pace. It is going on, growing on open source.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, because I'm based in Europe, um, and in Europe, a lot of companies are still using closed source software. Azure is Microsoft Azure is a really big platform for lots of companies in Europe. Amazon is also. Is that similar in India, or is there
It is.
different?
It is like that. The only thing what I can say and what I can feel the pulse of the market is things are changing towards open source. Things are changing in the right direction. For example, I was at a university in the last week, and the chancellor is promoting the students to do in-house projects in open source. For example, canteen. The entire canteen inventory can go on open source. The entire designing can go on this. So that's again a very good change. I feel that's something which is a required change, anyways, right?
All
So
right. Yeah.
yeah.
But
So
the reason I ask is because last week there was a security conference in Munich where for the last 70, 80 years in Europe there was the sentiment that, well, the US and Europe is sort of a friendship, and we are similar to each other, and we can trust each other, and we rely on each other. And with the recent government developments in the US and the message at the Munich Security Conference, which was basically you're on your own, um, it started sort of a new realization of Europe as a continent. Okay, how dependent are we on software and infrastructure located in the US? And it turns out that that's an immense amount of information and software.
yes,
And it also brings with it the realization of how vulnerable that makes Europe if somebody in the US would say, oh, let's switch it off today.
true.
Is that realization also something that is happening in India, or how do you perceive your relation with in a geopolitical dimension?
So, so honestly speaking, I don't see that particular underlined thing as of now in India. Okay, they are not looking at this as a stopgap arrangement, or maybe they just want to see, try, and then take a stance. They are actually going deep into this. Now, when I say this, we are also working. Richard and Eric will also agree with me that a lot of interest has been shown by the National Forensic University. They are looking at investigation from a different angle. They are looking at how the data should not be gone, how the data should not be gone out of the system. So how can open source make it more better, or better rather than making it more vulnerable? So these
Right.
are certain things which are definitely happening. There are quite a few IAS, the Indian administration officers, they are talking more on the open source technology. They are looking at how we can secure India from a different angle, because
Right. Yeah.
when it comes to war, we have two main enemies sitting right next to each other, right? So
I would like to, sorry to interrupt.
so yeah, so we are a lot of news. In fact, I'll keep sharing with you. Maybe I'll ask Richard to introduce both of us on a mail, and I can share some articles with you as well. So that's an interesting times ahead for India for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. Same here. Yeah.
I would like
Right.
to share one interesting statistics. Recently, one of my colleagues and I were looking into uh, an operating system that started in India. It's called Bharat OS, based on a Linux flavor, and it has 300 million downloads.
Wow.
Yes.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's statistics, and so there is a huge push coming in. Although what's happening is that when you go and you're aware of the statistics that about 95% of internet servers are running Linux, right? But when you go to a university or a college across even Europe here, and you see how many students are serious on Linux, it's about 1% to 2%. So you have a 95% requirement in the real business world, and the education is about 1%, 2% actually focusing their efforts on that. So MIT Pune with Dr. Suresh, they've really realized this, and they are trying to bridge the gap along with the collaboration with Open Source Science. And we are now, we're trying to educate also that this gap needs to reduce. It cannot be 1% and 95%, because then never we're going to have Linux engineers after 5 years or 10 years. So that's something that is also going on pretty well in India. It's quite well received by most head of universities, like the vice chancellors or the chancellors of universities. They've recognized this problem, and through this panel, I think we are talking to them on how we can improve this. So this hackathon is also based on most of the topics on the hackathon, especially the projects that's given for students. It's really based on real world scenarios. You're already aware of most of it, because you yourself have been one of the biggest contributors to some of those solutions in the past and now. So so we have about 25 to 30 topics that students can pick from range of subjects from Ubuntu Touch, um, and Odoo OCA modules. The Odoo OCA is also quite inspired by this hackathon, because they've seen the participation from other countries is very huge. So they're looking to capitalize in terms of members, in terms of contributors from other parts of the world as well. So this is going to be a forum to reach out to improving the Odoo community as well, in terms of size and muscle power, so and brain power in that sense. Uh, yeah, that's about it. Eric is left for one more interview that he had parallelly, so he's left for that interview.
Okay.
What we're going to do right now is that our next session is now going to start at 1400 CET, which is in about now it's about 2 hours from now. We're going to
Yeah.
have the next session, and that's going to be a very interesting class. It's a master class on Proxmo's virtualization, and right from the horse's mouth. So Ronald Otto is going to take us through this beautiful presentation on Proxmo's virtualization on Linux environments. So he's going to show, how the real world is now going to work. I'm sure, Jeroen, you already, worked a lot on Proxmo's, especially when I joined Weinstein. You were guiding me through some of that, implementations that you did. So we're going to have Ronald Otto talk to us on that. After that, we have a very interesting masterclass at 1500, which is 3 o'clock Central European time. I think everybody from all over the world needs to convert their, time to that. It's from Peter van Vliet, and what he's going to talk is about from monolithic approach to microservices. So how the movement from a single monolithic approach of software architecture to the microservices and beyond that, so the next stage as well. So that's going to be another interesting class. And then at 1600, which is 4 o'clock evening Central European time, we are going to have Emil Broek from SUSE Linux, and he's going to talk about the subject is Perfect Storm NIS2 open source, which is going to be the first in EU. So he's going to be, that is a very innovative topic. Also, I think we would need some panel discussions on each topic, because each topic is very, very relevant to what's going to happen in the next few years. So that's today's agenda for, from this desk.
Okay.
Once again, so Suresh, if there's something you'd like to add, or Jeroen?
Yeah. So we are emphasizing more on the Center of Excellence at MIT University on the open source, and the long-term goal for this Center of Excellence is to make it actually excellence in the in open source operating system and the software. This should not be a common laboratories which we have in the academics. This laboratory, moreover, will generate the revenue from it, or it may be moreover focus on the consultancy and big research projects. So that is what the long-term goal we have kept for the Center of Excellence. So we are working around that. We are making our students and few faculties ready for it, so that we can properly call this as a Center of Excellence of the open source. So that is what we are very positively looking for it. We have expedited that activity already at our university.
Fantastic. That's
Yeah.
really good news for me.
We're waiting for Eric to come and inaugurate.
So we are waiting Eric to come and inaugurate that Center of Excellence.
Sure. I think, I think we're really looking forward for that. Eric has just stepped out of the room for an interview that kind of happened parallelly, so he just stepped out. So he's going to be back, and I'll convey your message to Eric.
Yeah.
We're looking forward for that as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Jeroen, your closing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is a very interesting event to watch and unfold. To see all those different countries interested together in the subject of open source and exchanging information. And I am very, very proud to be part of this initiative. So thank you so much to all other participants. And I wish you all the best and all the good luck there is.
The best part is we have Joost Potvliet, the founder of Nextcloud, who's going to join us tomorrow. We have the founder of NitroKey joining us today. So it's a busy studio here with people want to participate, and all these are big projects running very successfully since the last couple of years. Nextcloud, NitroKey, they have its own excellence in the open source philosophy and what they're doing to transform businesses across the world. So it's and we're very happy that these guests are going to join us live here in the studio here, so at Berlin. So Yeah, the next class in 2 hours. So 2 hours we take a break for lunch, for dinner, tea, wherever, whichever part of the world you are in. So you take a break and join us back at 1400. We'll be live then. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all. Yeah.
Bye bye.
So you can't hear me. So now you can hear me. Yeah. Yes, I'm ready. Yeah. So I've shared my screen, as you can see. Yes. Yeah. How is your Ubuntu phone doing? Ja, zeker. Ja hoor, ik ben er helemaal klaar voor. Oh, ja. Ja, precies. Ja. 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 Dus de volgende keer vanuit Nederland. Ja. Ja. Je hebt geen last van galm of zo, hè, als ik praat. Heb je last van galm als ik praat, of gaat het goed? Oh, oké. Nee, net niet.
welcome. 2 o'clock sharp Central European time, of course. I realize that for our viewers in India and Sri Lanka, the evening already has started. We have an interesting masterclass. We have Ronald Otto from Tuxis, who is going to speak about Proxmox. So, Ronald, welcome.
Yeah, hi.
Let's start. I will switch the cameras.
Yeah, just let me know when I can start presenting.
Yeah, you can start.
All right. Well, welcome. I'm going to talk about Proxmox and especially virtualization of Proxmox. First, very short about me, because I'm not that interesting. I'm a CEO of Tuxis. Tuxis is founded in 2014. But of course, I was doing business a lot longer. And in my spare time, I'm helping kids to program via the Code Dojo, and that's now renamed to Code Club. So that's once a month, and I like to toy around with the stuff also. We built a cloud infrastructure. So if you're wondering why do they know so much about Proxmox, we use Proxmox for everything we build in cloud infrastructure. So we use Proxmox and Ceph, and that is why Proxmox of Tuxis is a gold partner and a hosting partner, a training partner, and a solution provider. So we have all the checkboxes. So Proxmox VE, virtualization, it's infrastructure. You're building infrastructure with hardware and things. It's virtualization software, but it also does storage. And nowadays it also does networking. So it's a whole stack of, you can run servers, storage, and networking in one solution. And when do you want to use Proxmox? You do not want to lose data. You want something that never fails, and that's a bold statement, but it's really stable. You want something that delivers good performance. You do not want sluggish virtual machines or sluggish storage. Maybe you want to scale. It should be scalable. There are always limits, although with the Ceph storage there is almost no limit, no known limit. But with Proxmox, if you have about 30 servers in one Proxmox cluster, you should think about a second cluster. But how does it work? This is basically one image. You have hardware. On that runs an operating system. That's Debian, by the way, with KVM and drivers. And then you have the hardware emulation, and on that you can run your virtual machine. Well, that's a very short explanation, so let's dive a bit deeper into that. It's based on KVM, and KVM is something that is in every Linux kernel. It is stable, it does virtualization, but it doesn't do hardware emulation. You can't run, if you have an Intel CPU with some specs, you can only virtualize with those same specs. And if you have a Broadcom network card, you can't use an Intel network card. So that's not really ideal. So that is why they use QEMU. QEMU is a hardware emulator. So if you have the Broadcom network card, you can emulate an Intel card in your virtual machine. The same with CPU and the same with storage. So on QEMU, you run your virtual machine. So it's your operating system and your apps in your operating system. And on the left side, on the right side, you see the Linux container, and there you are missing the QEMU layer. Proxmox can run Linux containers, but you're running on the Linux kernel from the machine, from the hardware that's running Proxmox. So you can easily deploy small Linux containers, but the drawback is if you upgrade your Linux kernel, the kernel in your container is also upgraded. Well, to run Proxmox, there are several services. This is a list of those services. It does high availability, it does clustering, so it needs services for that. And the cool thing about Proxmox is you can control it in any way you like. You control it via the web portal or web interface. You can control it via API. And everything you can do in the web interface, you can do via the API also, and you can control it via shell. And it's quite easy to shut down a VM via shell, or sometimes even faster. And since you can type a command. There is, of course, a bit of history. I think that a lot of people think that Proxmox is virtualization. But it's called Proxmox VE because the first Proxmox product was a mail gateway. So that was in 2005. It was a mail gateway. It was closed source at that moment, and just a gateway that it can send and receive mail. You send your mail through it, and then it scans for viruses and spam. So it's quite a cool product. Then in 2008, Proxmox Virtual Environment came, and it was, I have a screenshot of it. I will show you later on how it looked at that time. And then it became a paid enterprise subscription, and containerization came in 2017, or in 2015, and in 2017, storage replication was introduced, and Ceph was introduced. And that was basically the moment at that time Proxmox became a solution for companies that wanted or needed high availability. If a server fails, you want your VMs to boot up on other services. And you can only do that if the storage of your VM is available on the other servers. So I will talk about that later on. Then the mail gateway was open sourced, and Ceph FS was introduced. It's a file system. I'll also explain that later on in the presentation. And backups was until 2020 a hassle. You could make if you had a VM running, you could create a VZ dump, so an image dump basically, but the VM was at that moment almost unusable. Since 2020, there is a Proxmox backup server, and now you can create backups every minute if you like it. So that's real cool. Then came the offline mirror. Since Proxmox is more and more used in enterprise environments, there are also air-gapped environments, and you still want to update air-gapped environments. And now we have, in 2023, I think this is already 1.3 million hosts, and software-defined networking was introduced, and that's quite cool since that is built by the community, not by Proxmox itself. Of course, they have steered it. But so this is a screenshot from Proxmox in 2008. Not really cool looking. It's well, basically you can start a machine, you can stop a machine, you can load an ISO image in the machine, you can do some stuff with storage, but it's not that much. And now it looks like this. So multiple servers, you can do clustering, you have graphs of VMs and load, and you can do everything you want with virtualization. So Proxmox, it is, of course, open source, and there is a company behind it. It's called Mauer IT, and the idea is that the community and Proxmox build solutions in Proxmox, but Proxmox itself checks those solutions, tests them, and decides if it's good enough to put on in the wild world. So for Proxmox, open source means there is no vendor lock-in. The source code is available. You do not pay a price per feature. It's basically, these are the benefits of all open source if done right. I hope. And the community version is as complete as the enterprise version, so there's no difference. If you some software, if you have Odo for example, the free version or the open source version has less features than the paid version. Proxmox, it's all the same. I'll explain later why that is. It has a good reason. Anyone can add to the source code. So there are thousands of developers, but like I said earlier, Proxmox is the one that checks the code. So it's not that everyone can put in their code like backdoors and stuff in the Proxmox environment. That's not something we would like. And you get support from local suppliers. Proxmox has a reseller network, and those suppliers do support in your native language. So for home use and testing, this means it's free. There's one version. You always have the full functionality. So you can do high availability, you can do self-storage, you can do live migration, you can use Proxmox Backup Server. No subscription keys. There's a lot of support online. The forum is very much alive. And it runs on all kinds of hardware, including a Raspberry Pi. So if you want to test it, download it and install it. Basically, with the next installer, you have a running Proxmox server. It has to be bare metal. You cannot run it on Windows or something like that. You can do nested Proxmox. So if you have a Proxmox server, you want to play with it and install another one, you can run Proxmox in Proxmox. So must companies pay for the software? I would say no, but they should. And here's why. So and that has everything to do with updates. This is the way that Proxmox updates their software. So first, there are some new features, and they are tested internally. So that's a first release. That's the alpha release. You can download it somewhere, I think, but please do not use it for any sort of serious work. Even a home lab can be serious if your home automation is running on it. You do not want to break it by updating. And then there is the no subscription version. Oh, it's in Dutch. First release for the community with feedback and community. So if it's tested, the community gets that release. So that's why a company should not run on that release, because it might have bugs. It doesn't happen very often, but there might be something wrong. If that's the case, you will see the forum explodes, with every user finds, or some users find that bug. Since Proxmox can run on a lot of different hardware, it's not picky about the hardware. There can be a lot of things. A lot of things can go wrong. So it's tested very good. And then the paid users, so the companies, they get the supported enterprise repository. So basically, the community tests the software, and they can use it for free, and the companies pay for support. And it's not fair if the community has to support a company that's making money with Proxmox. So how big is it? Well, it's in 142 countries. It has 190,000 active members in the community. That's a growth of 40,000 in 1 year, so that's quite a lot. Well, the customers are very broad. Some are small customers with one Proxmox server that are running their VMs on it, and there are clusters running with tens, hundreds of servers. And there are 1.3 active hosts. So that's, well, it's quite a lot of users. So what about the hardware? Do we need certified hardware, and is it picky? Well, no. If you have a desktop a desktop computer on your desk, put a CD in it, and it will run Proxmox. Um, uh, but for production services, we would say use an AMD or an Intel with virtualization support. It needs virtualization support, by the way, the CPU. ECC RAM, of course, if you want to run production. SSD or NVMe is nice, especially if you're going to use Ceph. Ceph is a storage solution. 2 boot disks. If one fails, you have one spare, and 2 NICs, and that's to separate traffic. But a Raspberry Pi will also work. So if you have, there is one company that uses 3 Raspberry Pis as a cluster with Ceph on it. So with storage, they call it a hyperconverged cluster, and it's a cluster in a box, and you can run stuff on it. It's really really cool. So I'm talking about clustering and things. So what is a cluster? If you're going to talk about clustering, you also have to talk about storage. If you have a VM, of course, you have a virtual disk, and that virtual disk has to be somewhere. So these are all the storage solutions that Proxmox supports, and that's quite a lot. And as you can see, some of them do snapshots, and some of them don't, and some of them do with a remark that you can use the QCOW2 format. Well, if you have my tip, if you have a remark, if you have to do something different than normal to get stuff done in IT, don't. In this case, the software developer, there are storage solutions like the top one, ZFS, and like Ceph, that can do that stuff. So use that. So if we want a cluster, the goal is to get high availability. We want something that doesn't go down. And can we do that with 2 servers? Well, Proxmox has storage replication built in. So if you take 2 servers, you install Proxmox, you use the normal ZFS storage, you can do storage replication. And that means you have to use ZFS. You see that you have snapshots, stable. It's not shared storage, it's local storage. And you can set up a replication job very easily. Log into Proxmox, go to replication, say what node you want the replicated server running on, and then you go. So we set up storage replication with 2 servers. So on the left, there is the active virtual machine. We set a replication of 15 minutes, and it goes to the second server, and there the server, your virtual server is there, but not running. So only the config is really there, and the disk is there. So what happens if this server fails? The other server sees that one server fails and activates the shadow VM, so the spare VM, with the storage that is replicated. So you may lose data in that case. If your storage replication is set to 15 minutes, and after 14 minutes your server goes down, you are losing 14 minutes of data when your spare server goes on, your spare virtual server. And there's another problem or thingy that you have to take into account. There is a risk of split brain. Because how does one server know that the other server doesn't work anymore? They are talking to each other, but if the talking fails, but the servers are still online, you might get stuff done on 2 servers at the same time. Right? We call that a split brain. And that might become a mess very fast. For example, say you are having an accountancy software or something, and there are some people entering invoices in that system. Well, some are entering invoices in system A, and the other are entering invoices in system B. But they're all both new invoices. So in the database, they get the same ID. So then you have two different invoices from different customers with the same ID. That ID might be used further alongside in other places in that software. So it's a mess. You really do not want to have split brain. So as a rule, it's not a cluster. It's not a cluster if you're doing web servers. It's not a cluster if you're doing databases. And there are solutions, but keep in mind, 2 is not a cluster. You can always get a split brain if you use 2. So what should you do? Well, use an odd amount for your quorum. So this is the smallest size that you can do prevent a split brain. In this case, in this picture, we have 3 servers, A, B, and C. So A must see B or C. So A is checking, can I see B, and can I see C? That sounds weird. And can I see server C? If he can't see server C, but he can see server B, then you know that he knows he is live. And probably server C has a problem, but he is live, so he can keep doing his stuff. If server B does see server A and he doesn't see server C, then both B and A know that server C is gone. So if you have high availability, A and B will start the VMs that are running on server C. But server C must stay down. And he will stay down because he is checking if he can see B, but he can't. He is checking if he can see A, and he can't. So he doesn't see any other server, so he goes down. And down is, if this happens in Proxmox, server C will reboot after a minute. Then it will come up again. But if it's a network issue, of course, he will still not see server A and B, and then he will block the traffic. So you will not accept traffic for the VMs. And that way you can never, and have to be careful, never get a split brain. So if this happens, well, in this case, server A will run on itself. Even if it still has an internet connection, it will not accept any connections. So if you put that in real life, you would take 3 servers, at least 2 switches. If a switch fails, you do not want to have your cluster failing. And maybe 2 quorum lines. So each server has 2 interfaces, and on both interfaces you do a quorum ping. Use an odd number of nodes for that quorum, and preferably separate links. If you are using your storage link for quorum and that link is full, your quorum packets won't go to the other server, so then the shit hits the fan. There's good news. You can still build a cluster with 2 servers and use a Q device. A Q device is a little, you can use a Raspberry, so that is just showing how small it can be. It might also be a VM somewhere else, but it's just a server that's running a quorum service. So basically the 3rd node. And that prevents a split brain. If you have 3 servers, of course, that are running production, you do not have this problem. So storage replication between servers, and you have a real cluster with high availability. So high availability, you have to set what nodes you have and what the master server is. And if the master server fails, another node will become the master, of course, since you do not want to have a failure. And you need storage sync or shared storage. So if we go back to the storage table, you can see which storages do have shared storage or storage sync. And for the local storage, only ZFS does support storage sync, or I have to say Proxmox supports storage sync with ZFS local. And then you see Ceph FS. That's a file system that supports it. Ceph with as block devices does support it, and ZFS over iSCSI also does support it. And that, by the way, is a cluster that runs ZFS and talks iSCSI. To be clear, and we are going to focus on Ceph FS. So what Ceph is included in Proxmox. I'm assuming a bit that if you have a server and it has local storage, you will be fine and you know how that works. But a storage cluster is something else. And Ceph is very suited for that. So Ceph is shared software-defined network storage. And that's a long sentence. But it's open source also. It's even free. And CERN uses it in the Hydro Collider. If there are atoms colliding, a lot of data is collected in a very short time, and they needed a solution that could write a lot of data, but also would not lose data, and was expandable. And CERN does disk expansions with 10,000 disks or more if they are growing. So Ceph can grow to, we don't know how big. We at Tuxus, we have a 3 petabyte Ceph cluster, and it simply runs. It's really easy to use, but you have to configure it correctly. So do not build a Ceph cluster and think, well, I can run production. Build a Ceph cluster, start breaking it, and yank disk out of the cluster. Bring nodes down, just break it and see what happens. So how does Ceph work? Well, it's software defined. So we use commodity hardware, and that's something that makes Ceph quite cheap to use. Just get a server with a CPU, with disks, and install Ceph on it. So Ceph scales horizontally. So if you have more servers, it will become faster. If you have more disks, it will become faster. And the reliability will not really change if you have more servers. Well, you have the bare metal. Then you install a Linux OS, and then you install the Ceph software, and then you have a Ceph storage cluster with distributed storage. So it's you have a network storage solution in that case. And then you can do object storage like S3, for example, block storage, and that is what Proxmox uses. Or file storage, that's Ceph FS, is file storage. And file storage can be cool if you have some Linux server that needs storage that can grow. Just mount Ceph FS in it, and you have a growing cluster. If you grow your physical cluster, the disk in the VM will also grow. It's not really a disk, but the storage in the VM will also grow. And then you have your clients. And Proxmox manages Ceph. So the Ceph is a part of Proxmox. So it's also tested. If you install Proxmox, you have a tested version of Ceph. In Ceph, you can see, Health OK is the one you like. If you look at the picture, you can see that this is a cluster with 16 disks. They are all up, so that's cool. And they're doing some data. It's a demo cluster, so not really an exciting environment. But you see, it's normal hardware with disks in it. It's also running Proxmox, so this is a hyperconverged cluster. It's a 3-node cluster with Ceph and Proxmox running on the same hardware. And then you see more configuration of Ceph. You can create pools and you can do stuff with it. Um, do you know how Ceph works after this presentation? No, please read. You have to read how it works. That's for hardware principles. For Ceph, you need dumb servers. So a server with an advanced RAID controller with backwrite, battery, cache, and stuff on it. That doesn't help. Ceph will talk to disks directly. What Ceph also does is disable caching on disks. So if you have consumer disks, they might be fast in the flyer, but if you put them in Ceph, Ceph will disable the caching, so the writing will go a lot slower. For example, if you have an industrial disk that does 500 megabytes per second, in Ceph it really does 500 megabytes per second. There are consumer disks, half of the price. They do 800 megabytes per second, but they can only do it for a few seconds. After that, they slow down to 100 megabytes per second. So that's something to keep in mind. If you think you run into Ceph issues that it's slow, check disks. You need a minimum of 3 disks per server. That's a safe value. And make 2 duplicates. So with 3 servers, you basically have an ideal situation, because if you write the data 3 times, all the data will go to 1 server. If a server fails, you still have 2 servers, and that's fine. Your storage will keep running. If we are using Ceph on your cluster, you have object storage or block storage or file system storage. For object storage, you need a gateway, dus the Rados gateway. For block storage, you have the Rados block device. And for CephFS, you have the Ceph file system device. And it all comes down to librados. And then Rados. So how will Ceph work with your data? I mean, it's a bit fuzzy, I think. You have a storage network, so all your clients or Proxmox servers are talking to that network, and then Ceph has a lot of servers and a lot of disks. So how does he know where to write it? You have a storage pool, and then you have a crush map. And a crush map is basically what you type where the data should go if you write to it. And in the crush map, you will put, if you have 3 data centers and a Ceph cluster spread across those data centers, and in each data center you have 2 switches with 2 servers on it. That is all that information you put in a crush map. So Ceph will know what your failure domains are. And you see placement groups 1, 2, 3, and there are a lot of placement groups. And you see this data goes here in placement group 1, and you see that it makes sure that the data goes to 3 different nodes. In placement group 2, it goes to 3 other nodes. So that's how it knows where to write your data. So what are the challenges if you are building a cluster? Maybe I do some guest lessons in schools, and they basically learn something. Something is good. Please don't put your server in your office building, but put it in a data center. And then they build a setup like in this picture with 3 servers. On the right side, there's a data center. 3 servers, 2 switches, if a switch fails, and then they buy a storage unit, 1 storage unit. And for me, that sounds a bit strange, but the supplier of the storage unit assured us that it will never go down. We all know that's not true, but okay, we will do it. But then some smart guy says, well, that's cool, all that redundant stuff in a data center, but what if a data center fails? Okay. We will take a second data center. And in the second data center, we will build almost the same solution. We want to run on the second data center if the first data center fails. No redundant switching because, well, it's the second data center, so we will probably never need it. But if you have to scale in both data centers. So basically, you have 200%. You have to buy 200% capacity while you can use 100%. And then you have to sync the storage from data center A to data center B. Will you do that real time or near real time? If you do it in real time, the data centers can't be too far apart. I mean, a latency of 15 milliseconds is quite a lot on storage. So most of the time it will be near real time. And then the data center fails. The day has come. There is some storm and lightning strikes, and the data center goes down. And suddenly you have to run on the second data center, but that's not never running production. And you might test it if it works, but it's not running production. And at one day it has to run production. And then most of the times you will see this. It doesn't work. And that's something you want to prevent. Also, again, you see 2 is another cluster, so 2 data centers is also not a cluster. How will you know if one data center is down? It's the same issue again. So what if you would take 3 data centers and you build a cluster of 3 nodes and put each node in a different data center? And that way you only need 150% overcapacity. And if a data center fails, you do not have a failover situation because the 2 nodes in the other data centers are already running. They are just missing a node. And that's something completely different, more likely to work. And even if a switch fails, or it doesn't matter why a data center fails, the situation is the same. And that's something that more companies and more people should know. 3 data centers is a better solution, and it's cheaper than 2 data centers. So more is less in this case. And of course, you have to scale in all the data centers, but with Proxmox and Ceph, you can easily scale. You can easily do that. And you have a very simple setup. You have no storage sinks, you have no switches that need to be redundant. More complexity is always more failures. Someone is going to make a typo on a switch cluster. So what are the use cases? So who uses Proxmox? Well, of course, you can use it at home. I mean, I know a lot of people that are running Proxmox and their complete home automation virtual on Proxmox. So that's cool. But there are also bigger use cases, like if you have software development. If you want to develop software, you want an environment that is stable, but also that you can easily deploy your built software to a live environment. With Proxmox, you have snapshots, you can clone, you can create VZ dumps and restore to another VM. So if you want, if you have built some software and you say, well, I want to let someone test it and break it, clone the VM, give him the clone, say, well, do your thing. It doesn't matter because you throw the clone away and you're next. And you can build a complete OTAP that way. Well, internet service providers use it. Secretly, we all know that a lot of virtualization is for internet service provider is always based on KVM, since Hyper-V and VMware are always too expensive. So service providers will use a lot of Proxmox or other KVM-based virtualization. Media creators, and that of course has to do with Ceph, scale to infinity. There are not a lot of storage solutions that can do that and are fast enough. Ceph is not the fastest storage around, since it will say the priorities are: I will never lose data, I will always work, and then I will be fast. So fast is the last thing Ceph prioritizes, and so it's not the fastest storage, but it's the most reliable storage, and it's not slow. Well, telecom providers are using it more and more. They can use it in satellite stations that are along the road with transmitters. There are also servers running in the transmitters, but also for security. In this case, KPN is a large Dutch telecom provider that uses Proxmox in their in a high secure hosting environment. And basically, every company that does something with data, the world data is not visible anymore. But Proxmox is very flexible. If you can run a VM on it, well, you can everything you can build in a VM, of course, you can run on Proxmox. A very neat feature in Proxmox is the permissions. You can give someone access to a particular VM, and he cannot change the hardware in that VM, or maybe he can change the memory in that VM, but not the rest. And he can use the console and nothing more. So there is a really granular permission rule set, and you can create your own permissions. And that might be handy if you have to do a project with more people, or you have another company that needs access to your project. You can just give them enough to work with. So it's used, and in Proxmox there's also firewalling, and I learned that was quite unique. Of course, your Proxmox server itself can be firewalled, or has to be firewalled, I would say. But you can also use that firewalling per VM. So for a VM, you can configure if you want to accept certain traffic from a certain port or certain IP to that VM. So that you can use that to harden your stuff. If you have a VM running in a project, and other VMs do not need to be able to connect to that VM, just put on the firewall and configure what traffic you would like. It's the principle of least privilege. If you turn it on, your VM will not have any connectivity. You have to build the rules to accept traffic. You can do security groups. So if you have some IP addresses that you do management of, make a group, a security group with those IP addresses in it, and simply add those to your VM. You can see in this picture there is a rule in the source says plus management, so that's the management IP address group. So you will never be locked out of your own VM. I think we all have been there. And just put on the firewall and then you are offline. Then you have the VM best practices. They are online. There are wrong ways to build a VM. That you can still build a VM with a 486 CPU. That's a really old CPU. That doesn't mean that's a good idea. So Proxmox is flexible. You have a lot of options, but do not expect that if you select an option that's not sensible, that it will also work very well. So there are online best practices, what you should configure. If you build a VM and you click next, basically you have the best settings. Then there is the thing of NUMA. I think a lot of people see it, but most do not know what it is for. NUMA is useful when you have hardware with multiple CPUs. And typically, a CPU can access the memory that is on the same lane the fastest. If you have two CPUs, you have multiple memory banks, and some banks are connected to the other CPU. So you want to have your memory near the CPU that will do the calculations, and NUMA makes sure that that happens if possible. So basically, memory and CPU are bound together, and it will make it faster if you have multiple CPUs. Well, then we go to Proxmox backup server. Backups are important. Very cool. If your server breaks down, just grab a Proxmox CD or an ISO or an USB, install Proxmox on some other place, and put in Proxmox backup server again, mount it. It's like 5-minute configuration, and you can start restoring. One cool hint, there is a moment that you have a key to connect to your Proxmox backup server and to encrypt your data. You can see that key in your Proxmox server, but not, of course, if your Proxmox server is gone. Then you can't see it anymore. So save that key somewhere else. That's just a tip. Proxmox backup server is released in 2020. Well, installing Proxmox backup server is open source. So if you have Proxmox VE running and you have some old hardware with disks, install Proxmox backup server on it, and you can do backups to it. You can configure your retention time, your pruning. There is an online pruning configurator where you can check what if I configure this, how much backups do I have, how long will it be saved, how can I go back. I can show you that later on. It does always incremental backups. So the first backup is a full backup, and after that it's always incremental, unless you power down the VM. Then it loses the state of the backup, so the next one will be a full backup, and it can do live restore. So while restoring, you can boot up your VM, and that's quite a cool feature. It's not very fast. Do not use it if you have a small VM. But if you have a VM with a lot of storage and you know that storage will probably not be used, maybe 10% will be used, then you can use this. So your VM will boot, and if something wants to read something, that data is fetched first from your backup. So how does it work? How can it be that it's so smart? Well, it does deduplication in backups because it backups in chunks, and the same chunks will be deduplicated. It does file and block level, so you can also restore. You can backup file based storage also, but you can also restore files. You can log in to or you can click on your backups, and then if the file system supports it, you can also download the files in that. You can download the files from that backup. Another cool feature is remote sync between servers. So if you have multiple Proxmox backup servers, you can sync data between those. So we have, as Tuxis, we have an online Proxmox backup server solution. So companies, they do not have to build their own Proxmox backup server, but they simply can get an account from us. And what we see is that some companies do build their own Proxmox backup server, and they get an account from us and start syncing to our solution. So they have their backups spread across countries even. It has tape support. Just store that somewhere. Some companies do want tape support, and it makes sense. If it's on the tape and the tape is not in the robot, nobody can touch the data. It supports LDAP and OAuth, you can, if you're running Proxmox already and you made VZ dump, you can import those VZ dump images. Also, it does encryption, and the encryption is done on Proxmox VE. So before your backups leave your server, your virtual environment, it's encrypted. And that's really good to know if you use some online backup server. By the way, you have to enable it. But if you use some online backup server service, they cannot read your data. It's encrypted. And also as in Proxmox virtual environment, it has a RESTful API. So everything you can do in the web interface, again, you can do via the API. So how does it work? Well, you have here the disk of a VM. It starts backing up, and then it writes chunks. So, and then there is a VM that wants to write data, but we do not want to disk. The disk should not change since we are making a backup. So if a disk would change while making a backup, it will become a mess. So while we're making a backup, if a VM wants to write the data, the data is blocked, that write access is blocked, and Proxmox Backup Server will quickly back up the blocks that the VM was trying to overwrite. And then it releases it again, and then the VM can write. So that sounds, that precise moment you can feel in the VM, of course. Writing will go a bit slower. But from experience, we have customers that are creating multiple backups per day. They are running Windows Remote Desktop servers with a lot of users, and we never hear them complain about anything. Probably the caching in the host OS will also check for this, and it will work. So after the VM has written, you see that that block is already backed, so it doesn't matter what the VM wrote there, and the backup will continue. So then you have the pruning, and I will show you. Pruning is basically your retention time. Not sure what the translation is, and I will put it. I can put it here, and I think you can see that. Let's see. Yes, you can see the pruning simulator. So if you have a pruning simulator, I will. So a bit more room. A pruning simulator, maybe a bit smaller. So. And here you can see I configured keep at least 4 backups, keep hourly, I have none, keep daily 5, keep weekly 2, keep monthly, well, make that 2 also, and keep yearly 1. So, I said 2, but I typed 1. Well, if you have to figure out yourself how much backups you will have if you're looking at this moment to your backups, well, that might be a challenge. Well, here you can see, well, I have a backup at 12 o'clock, at 6 o'clock, at 8 o'clock, and here again at 6. Then I have those 5 daily backups, and then you see the 2 weekly backups for 2 weeks. And so you can see exactly what day the backups are stored and kept. And that's really valuable. But also, the configuration you see here is the same as you see here. Oh, well, no, I have not shown you the the picture, but that's you can copy and paste that same the same setup that you do in your pruning thing. I think I got one. Oh yeah, here it is. So keep last 3, keep daily 7, keep monthly 3. So it's the same. So you are sure that you're having a backup when you want a backup and need a backup and are using your schedule that the company you work for or start working for expects. Well, that way you can have your 3-2-1 backup rule because you can have multiple Proxmox backup servers that are syncing. You have encryption, you have your retention times, and your backup schemes all in a row. So that was everything I wanted to tell you. I can tell you a lot more, but there's an hour, and I was wondering if there was room for questions. And I don't know if you can put them in the chat or.
No questions in the chat that I can see.
But we will get some questions.
And maybe, if we get questions later, we will answer them. First of all,
Yeah,
I think
cool.
what you have deserved.
Well, I can show some demo environment very shortly. Let me log into that, and I have to share my screen, of course. Let's see. I can give a short demo from the
actual environment. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and after the demo, we will just immediately start with the next masterclass, because Peter is also already logged in and ready to give his presentation, I believe, from London. I don't know where he is now, but he will.
Okay. Well, I think I have 3 minutes.
Go ahead. I will turn down our sound again. So.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I have to go to find my username, of course. So this is a cluster with 5 nodes, I think. Yeah, 5 nodes. And well, you see you have an overview of the cluster. And expand, and per node you can also see what a node is doing. So here you have the CPU usage of an entire node, the server load, and memory usage. This is not a real big server. So well, if we go to let's see, on search, here you can see what your VMs are doing. So that's it's not really an overview, and Proxmox is working on a server manager. So if you have multiple clusters, then you can manage and see how busy those clusters are, and in the future you can migrate VMs from one cluster to another cluster, and they do not have to be in the same data center. My colleague wrote a blog about it. Let's see. So the data center manager. If you go to a web page, you can see the blog there and the data center manager. And he wrote it's quite a promising solution, really cool, and it will make Proxmox a solution that you can use in any environment. I think my time is up.
I think we'd like to, thank you for this
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a great, reception from India and other parts of the world, from UAE, from Africa, from even from China. We have participants. So I think it was wonderful to listen to you, and thank you very much for your time today.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. I really liked doing this. 1 hour. I hope everyone learned something.
It was learnsome and entertaining. Thank you very much. So, thank you, Ronald. We are now
All right.
going to connect you to the next masterclass, which will be given by Peter van Vliet, who is the CEO of Masking Technology, and he's going to talk about from monolith to microservices and beyond. So, we're going to switch now to the other camera as soon as Ronald has stopped sharing and Peter started with sharing his screen. Yeah, you can. Peter, we do not hear you.
This should be better.
Yeah.
And I think I am sharing my screen.
Yes, you are.
Do you see the title? Okay. If you see some slides, then I think we're fine. Do you see the slides?
Yes.
Ah, great. Okay.
Yes, I give the floor to you, and then I turn off our sound here of our studio so we can make noise again. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Peter.
Yes. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to my masterclass. Today, I want to talk to you about monoliths and microservices. And this talk is coming from the debate that I have had a lot about, okay, whether it's better to build a monolith or microservices. And today we're still struggling with that question. But there is an in-between option, and that is what I wanted to discuss with you today. So what I wanted to do, I want to go on a journey with you, and it's going to be an architecture journey. But this is a kind of a broad topic, and it has a lot of details, but we don't have time for all the details. So it will only be the tip of the iceberg. So it will be a bit of abstract, but I think it's still understandable and still usable in day-to-day work. I want to keep it at present time. So I want to avoid looking back in the past, and don't make this a history lesson, but I want to keep it practical. So if you would start a new application today, what are your options? But first, so I'm giving the talk. So who are you listening to at the moment? I don't know if you can see me, but my name is Peter. Well, as Eric already said, I'm a co-founder of a small company called Masking Technology. Basically, what we do is we help other companies to become more cost efficient in their software development. So we do that by doing consultancy, but also by training. We give advice, etc., etc. So we do many things, but all from a cost perspective vision, and mostly we look at future proofing. So this talk is also a bit about how to future proof your architecture. So within my role in Masking Technology, I am a software architect, and I'm also a full stack developer. So I like to actually build applications and not only just be in my ivory tower and make up some architecture and just push it down and tell the developers, okay, you have to build this. No, I want to be able to build it myself, and then I know, okay, this is good, and I can, and this is something that can be built, and I can help them if needed, etc. So I have about 20 plus years of experience. Maybe a fun fact: I've also been a lecturer. So that is how I know Eric. we worked for the same university. Yeah, and in my career, I've mainly worked with Java, C#, PHP, TypeScript, some Python. So I've seen a lot of technology stacks. And in my free time, which I don't have because I have 2 small children, I like to create illustrations. I'm not the best, so don't hire me, but I just do it for fun. So all the slides you will see, I've made them myself, of course. So yeah, that's the basic information. Oh, and I'm really tall. You probably can see from the arrow. Okay. With that, we can continue our journey, or at least we can actually start our journey. And I want to do this from a startup perspective. So suppose we are starting a new startup and we want to sell cars using some unique formula. And we want to do this also online and offline. And of course, to support our business, we need some kind of application. And for our first version, so the minimal viable product, I will want to keep it simple. So the first thing we need is we need an application to manage the sales and to manage the stock, because those are the first things we need to address. And for that, of course, we are a startup, so there is limited time, but there is even more limited budget. So, and if we would start to build an application for this from scratch, the most simple and basic option that we have is just a monolith. And here you can clearly see my artistic skills, because this is my best sheet, I guess. So this is just a monolith. It's just an application, and it's just a single project application. And that's what the monolith is. It's nothing special. It's an all-in-one solution. So here in this box, we can put in our sales and our stock management features. And then over time, we can continue to add more features. Basically meaning that your application, in most cases, your application just starts small and it will grow over time. And maybe not only in features, but also in development teams. And this just keeps growing. And in the meantime, our startup is going really well. And we are about at the point that we want to expand. So we want to go to the next phase. So our sales formula is really a success. And we think we can do the same for renting cars. But it also has a bit of an impact on our application because it requires some new features that doesn't necessarily are needed for when you only sell cars. For example, we need we need to manage the planning and additional services. So if someone's car is broke, we need to pick him up or fix a replacement car or whatever. So we need to manage these things. But now, since we've started up a bit, we have a bit more budget, but still we want to launch in not far from now. So that means we still have limited time. So now we have a few options. So how should we deal with that? Because if this continues and goes on, our monolith is started to look like this. I have to make a correction. This is my best sheet. And this is the zoomed out version. So your application is starting to grow until it's just really, really big. But the question is, even if it is this big, is this a problem? So when is an application too big? Well, there are a few indicators for that. One of the indications, if it's too big, is when it takes too much time to build. But also, you probably would write some tests for all the modules and all the features. So if it takes a lot of time to run all the tests all the time, then it's probably too big too. And also, if you try to deploy it, so to put it on a server, and make it run. If it takes a lot of time, then it's probably too big too. So, and if all these three are happening, then you're pretty sure it's too big. So that is one of the things. But there's also another common problem. At least monoliths are have the reputation of becoming big ball of mud. So what you were looking at, you might have another idea, but it's a big ball of mud. These are my drawing skills. So it's just, and it means it becomes hard to maintain because it's too big, and it becomes harder to add features, to fix bugs, etc., etc. So that's a problem when things become too big. So the solution is basically the same as how you would eat an elephant. You won't eat it as a whole, but you just eat it piece by piece. And I guess the same goes for software or building applications. If it becomes too big, and in this case, we can just split it up into smaller applications. So we already had the sales applications, so we can just decide as a team, okay, now we need also a rental application. So why not just build another application for the rental? And then just separate those two, and then you have two smaller applications. So that is kind of a solution. But looking at these applications, there will be probably some overlap between them. So they have common functionalities that both of the applications will use. For example, if you might want to share your customer logic or whatever. So, but depending on the overlap, you have a few options. So if there's limited overlap, what you commonly see, especially in bigger organizations, is that they use a service-oriented architecture. And what it basically is just a system based on multiple applications that just interact with each other and just use each other's functionalities. So in this case, we could just say, okay, we only need the customer functionality, but we already have built it from the sales application, so we don't touch the sales application, and we only build APIs for the customer part, and our rental application will just use the customer functionality from the sales application. So that is a quite simple solution, and this would enable to just build the rental application in a short amount of time and get it up and running as fast as possible. So this would be a feasible solution. But what if there's more overlap? Then, yeah, they become more entangled. So, yeah, the only option we have there is just to split them even more in smaller pieces, and that's where the microservices come in. So, if you look at microservices, from a definition standpoint, it's just an application just split up in several services, and just the whole of the services is the application that you are using. So it's just a finer grained services that form an application. So where in a service-oriented architecture, there you just couple applications. Here you just have several services that form an application together. So that's a bit of the difference. So, and we can split all kind of concerns like the sales, the products, the customers. We can just create a service for that, and so we can also add a service for the rental that can use the customer service or the product service or the sales service or whatever it needs. So both applications can just use all the services they need and just not use the services they don't need. So this looks like an ideal situation, and a lot of companies, at least I think the trend started a decade ago, that this was somewhat the industry standard. So if you would build a new application, you would just build them as microservices, and you would just start decomposing your application into small services and do it from the start. And that sounds ideally, but there's also a problem, but we will come to it later. But one of the things is if you split an application into multiple parts, they need to interact with each other. And that adds a bit of complexity. And there are two common forms to do that. So the first is the orchestration. And in orchestration, for example, if the sales service needs to create a new sales, it needs a product, it needs a customer, and it needs to create a contract. So it needs 3 services. So in orchestration, the sales service just performs a call to the product server, give me this car, and calls the customer server, give me this customer, and then it tells the contact server that it needs to create a contract for this car for this customer. So this is the easiest way of interaction between the services, and it's very easy to debug because it's just a few steps you can follow because the whole process is centralized into a single service. But that is not really resilient. So we started to adopt another pattern, and that is called choreography, in which the sales server, the sales service, just wants to create a contract, but it doesn't know. It just notifies the other services that it wants to do things, or it has done some things, and it doesn't know what other servers will pick it up, but it just knows, okay, one of the servers that is responsible for doing this task will pick it up, so I'll just shout it out, and all the servers are listening, and the service that is responsible will do the task and will send me the result, or will just do the thing it needs to do. So it means all the work is decentralized. And this makes it easier to redistribute the responsibilities of a process, of the tasks. So it makes it easier to replace. So there's no direct coupling between services anymore. So this also has become the industry standard for a while. So keep that in mind. But also, if we start to use with services, no matter large services or microservices, we are building a distributed system. So that means we need some infrastructure, basically meaning the network and the routers and the switches, etc. With that, we can add features or services like load balancing, failover, but we also have concerns suddenly like API management, event management, state management. You have to do something with the security, like access control. You need to aggregate your data coming from multiple services at once. You need to add a lot of monitoring. So distributed systems are nor simple nor cheap. So that means if you start to distribute things become complex, and it adds a lot of overhead and a lot of costs. So basically, it's expensive. So we don't want to do that for as long as possible. So in our case, what should we do? So if we look at the short term and we want to save some money, then we better keep a monolith. And the monolith by default uses orchestration because it just performs internal function calls. Or we can go for the long term and we use microservices and we use events only. So basically going for a geography strategy. But that is more work to build, and it costs way more money just to maintain and to set up and to build, etc. So this is a bit of a dilemma, and I think this is still a dilemma that a lot of companies are struggling with. Because in the ideal situation, what you would like to do is you would like to be able just to start with a monolith, and when time progresses and when you need to, you just can split it up into multiple applications. So like a service-oriented architecture, so bigger services, and later on when you need it, just to split your application or your bigger services into even smaller services. But that sounds simple, but I think we already know as an industry that it isn't this simple, because we are building big balls of mud, and that makes it difficult because we want to eventually we need to split our a monolith into multiple pieces, so we need to cut it up, and that is quite challenging. Because it also requires another way of building your application. So traditionally, if you look at our decomposition pattern, so the way we built an application, we were used the way I was trained at the university. I learned about a technical orientation. So meaning, if you would build a Java application, you would create a package for all your controllers and for all your views and for all your data entities, etc., etc. And you group them per a technical meaning. And that means that you get a lot of cross references between the layers, and that makes it really hard to eventually, if you want to split it into multiple services, it makes it quite hard. So a better decomposition strategy is more like the business-oriented strategy as we've seen in the microservices design. So we can just create a package or a module or whatever just per a business concept, like the sales, the rental, the customer, etc. And you split it like that, because then it makes it easier to split the application the same way as we would distribute it eventually as a service. So you are basically already starting building services, but then in your monolith. So that's the basic idea. But with that, what also has changed and is changing more and more is the way we build modules. Because if you look at languages, I think about a decade ago, they only support weak modularity. And what that means is a weak module allows any other module just to connect with the module and just allows connection with any inner component of a module. So there is no access control on which module can access what module and what components within that module. Basically allowing for creating a big ball of mud. But if you look at languages like Java, but also JavaScript, they started to introducing strong modularity. And what they do, so they added basically access control by making all the exports of a module and all the imports of a module explicit. So like a microservice, you can't access an inner component of a microservice that hasn't have an endpoint, providing the access from the outside world. And basically, a strong module does exactly the same. So you need to export all the components that the outside world can use, and all the other components are protected and can be accessed from the outside. Basically, giving you a lot of control of the accessibility and the usability of a module. So how I always see it, a weak module, if you look at the module as a building or a house, at a weak module, the door is always open, anyone can walk in and do the things they want. And with the strong module, there's a guard outside, and doesn't allow you to do anything you want, because it needs to be controlled. So, and if we combine both, so if we do a business decomposition strategy and we use strong modularity, we can build applications like this. And if you look closely and pay attention, then this might look familiar. Because this is exactly the same picture as we had for the microservices. But then these are modules. So meaning we can basically build application orchestration, so calling functions directly, but we don't have to. So like a lot of languages or tech stacks currently have something like an event manager or an event emitter or something that allows you to use events and to decouple the modules from each other. So basically allowing you to go for a choreography strategy as well. And if we combine that, we are basically building what we call a modular monolith. So, from my perspective, a modular monolith is basically the same as a microservices architecture. The only difference is it's non-distributed. So a module is just the same as a microservice, and a microservice would be distributed separately, and a module isn't then distributed separately, but it's just distributed together as a whole in the monolith. And that's the only difference. And that means, so what it solves, and if you do this right, because you have a lot of great tooling for building modular monoliths, like a monorepo, because every module, for example, in Java or JavaScript, you can just build a module as a separate project, allowing you to build every module separately and test every a module separately. So if we looked at the challenges that we've seen earlier, so we've already solved two. So the problems were the build time. Well, we can solve that by building the modules separately. So the test time we've already solved. So the only problem that is still standing is the deployment time, because you are still deploying it as a single unit. But this is already a great way forward. So this is already really valuable, and more and more companies, organizations are starting to pick this up and starting to build modular monolith. I think this is becoming the standard at the moment, at least when you start a new application. And I look at Reddit a lot, and I see that a lot of people advise other people just to start with the modular monolith these days. And that means if it grows and you need to distribute it as several or as multiple services at some point, you can just split off one of these modules and transform them into a service. And that's a better strategy. So that means if we are able to do that, our ideal situation becomes a feasible situation. So we can just start building a monolith with just 4 modules, and then if we add more features and add more modules, we can just group them into bigger services, and later on, if we need to, we can just deploy them and transform them into microservices. So a service per module, and deploy them that way. So that is what the modular monolith would allow you to. But still, taking that step is not that easy, because you still need to link the interaction, meaning if modules communicate with each other using function calls, well, you still need to build endpoints and requests to replace them with a network call. And that can be challenging. And if you are using choreography, then you need to transform your internal events to use some event broker like Kafka or something else. And with that, you also need to set up all the operations. So you need to prepare your infrastructure. Maybe you need some load balancing, your API gateway for finding all the services, etc., etc. So it makes it more easy, but it's still not easy. But the question is, when do we need to break up, or when do we want to break up? Because we want to avoid it as long as possible. But what are the new signs when we still want to use microservices or bigger services for that matter? Well, first, as already said, and the one thing we haven't solved yet is the deployment time. So if it takes too much time to deploy, you probably still need to split the application. But also, one of the big advantages of using microservices, and especially with a choreography strategy, is that you can add a lot of fault tolerance, making it easier to recover your services. So it becomes way more resilient. So if there's any need or requirements for that, that is also still a viable reason just to split your monolith up into smaller pieces and distribute them separately from each other. And in the meanwhile, our business was still going great. So the business already made a new announcement, because also our rental formula was a success. It really works well. So they want now to do the same thing for leasing cars. But this time, it's quite early stage, and we don't really know the requirements yet, and we don't know how much time and how much budget we have. So it gives us a lot of uncertainty. And this seems strange, maybe, but I think I've been at least 3 times in this situation where this was the case, and I had to architect the application for this. But how to architect an application if you don't know what you need to do or where you're heading? So, and that always raised questions, but also some kind of a desire. And I think that is really going beyond, because I think in the industry we are currently at the monolith phase, but I think we want to go beyond, and that is that we want to go for a continuous architecting. So meaning it shouldn't matter if you choose for a monolith or a microservices at any point. You should be able to move back and forth at any time. I don't know if anyone has read the case of Amazon Prime Video. So they had built their monitoring services with microservices and a lot of microservices, but it was just too hard to deploy. Their infrastructure costs were just way too high. And at some point, some genius said, but what if we just put it back in the monolith? And they tried it, and they deployed it, and it worked really well, and it saved up to 90% of the infrastructure costs. So, yeah, that was a major win, and that's and I think we will see more of these cases in the future. So what we want to do is we want to be able to try things. So we want to keep a monolith as long as possible, but we want to also be able to experiment and transition into microservices. And if that doesn't work for any reason, we want to be able to go back to the monolith again. So we want to repeat our architecting continuously. So basically what we want is we want to create what we call a just-in-time architecture, in which we separate the development model from the deployment model. Meaning, so you are just building a modular monolith, and you just deploy it in whatever form. It doesn't matter. It could be a large service, it could be microservices, you could still deploy it as a monolith. It shouldn't matter. So the way you build an application should not dictate the way you deploy it, and vice versa. And there are a few options to do this or make this better, to be more dynamic. So the first thing is if you look at the infrastructure and all the services you need just to deploy microservices and all the additional services, it's quite a hassle to set all these things up by yourself. So these days there are service meshes, which are just a single solution, an out-of-the-box solution that provides every service that you need, and it's also dynamically. So it's just an infrastructure layer that gets you out of the box, the API management, the event management, etc., etc. So it's just a single solution, and it scales with you. So you just have a dashboard, and if you need some additional services or configure a service differently, then just one place to go. So this is already a really good step forward in making things easier and making things cheaper. But another step forward, if someone ever heard of Dapper, and it's Microsoft funded, so it's quite a big project at the moment, and that's a distributed runtime. So and basically what it does, it has a sidecar architecture. So for each module, you can just create a sidecar service, allowing you just create or transition your module into a microservices very easy. So it provides all the service mesh functionalities, but adds a layer on top, even at the application layer. So where a service mesh operates on infrastructure level, is a distributed runtime operates at application level. So that makes it more possible to be more dynamic and just allowing for separating your development model from your deployment model. So these are great technologies. And I think this will be more and more, or we will see this more and more in the future, and even in the near future, these kinds of solutions. So that was basically the journey I wanted to walk you through. So let me end with the key takeaways that I think it's important just to keep in mind. Um, and these are, of course, always start with a monolith and always keep a monolith for as long as possible. Always build your monolith as a modular monolith and only use a strong module system like they have in Java and in JavaScript. Always use a business decomposition and not on on the technical level. So no a horizontal a layering, but vertical slicing. And just go aim for a just-in-time architecture. So use technologies like a service mesh or a Dapper or whatever there will be. And only split off for the right reasons. I think this is the most important one. So basically, that's my story for now. I have some time for questions, I think. Yeah, I have a lot of time for questions, I see. If you have any questions later on, you can always contact me or my business partner. We do this together. Yeah, you can always look at masking.tech to see what we do, because we also write articles about the things we do. We have more talks like this. Yeah, so you may find it interesting. You can find us on LinkedIn. You can always email us. So, yeah. And also, I want to mention, but I don't want to make this an ad. We are also building our own just-in-time architectural solution. It's called GTAR. You can find it on masking.tech, and it even goes a bit further than Dapper. But it isn't production ready yet. So if you have to pick something today, then yeah, you probably should pick Dapper because it's production ready.
Thank you,
So that.
Peter. That new technology sounds very interesting. So maybe for the future we could have some students collaborating with it.
Yeah.
So let's see. Thank you for your talk. And if there will come questions into the chat, we will sure pass them through. And have a good luck tomorrow with your lecture. You are now in London, or where are you now?
We are in Hull or Kingston upon Hull.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's in the UK.
So it's
And I think it's an hour drive from London.
No, 3 hours.
Oh, it's even a 3.5 hours drive from London. So yeah, we're here for conferences. For conference, we landed this morning.
Yeah, I saw you take off. At least I saw your picture from the plane that you were saying from we are.
Yeah. That was this morning our flight, and we are now. I'm talking from my hotel room.
So good luck tomorrow, and
Thanks.
see you soon. We will hop over in 17 minutes to the last lecture of the day, which will be done by Emil Brock, the ambassador from SUSE, who's going to talk a bit about legislation and in relation to open source. So for now we will pause 60 minutes and see you all in 60 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, here we are. Yes. Yep, go ahead. Hello.
We are.
Hello, everybody. We are happy to present to you Mr. Emil Brock, ambassador from SUSE, who is going to present about the perfect storm, open source first in the European Union and beyond. So we know it's only about Europe, but we
No,
hope it's
no.
very inspiring for other parts of the world too. And Emil is laughing because I am telling something that he already is going to do. The floor is yours, Emil.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear and see me? Because in the live stream I have on my other screen, I don't see any live coverage yet. So when I get a thumbs up, I will continue. I don't
Yes,
see.
Emil, you can continue, but it's on YouTube, so there's a 30-second delay on everything.
Oh, right, a 30 seconds delay. Well, hello everyone, 30 seconds ago. My name is Emil Brock, and today I'm going to talk about Perfect Storm. And as Eric said, it's not just for Europe, because high important security is relevant for anyone in the whole world. But I come to that later. So the Perfect Storm, what we're going to talk about is open source first, and specifically in the EU, correct, but I show you it's relevant for everyone. So this is me. I am open source ambassador at SUSE, and let me check one moment. Here we go. I am for SUSE representing open source. I'm talking about open source all over the world. And in this particular case, I am presenting open source technologies specifically as a lobby to many people around the world in the politics, in the policy side. So let me see how that works. SUSE, the company that I represent. We have as our vision and mission, we have bringing the infinite potential of open source to the enterprise. And that is so important for us, open source, that as a proof, I always talk about two products that we've recently bought. They were proprietary pieces of software. We bought them and we made them open source. So they were proprietary, and we are now in the process of making them open source. Neuvector already is GPL licensed, and Stack State, both two very important Kubernetes management tools, will be open source as well. Regarding the topic of today, open source policy and lobbying for open source among public administration, I am not a disclaimer. Sorry, I'm not a disclaimer. I have a disclaimer for you, but I'm not a lawyer. And to make it even worse, I'm not a techie either. I am marketing and sales. I have a marketing and sales background, and I try to talk about open source as much as I can, and I always say, if I'm able to understand it, that means that majority of the people can understand it. So I try to explain difficult technologies in such a way that anyone can understand. SUSE nowadays is focusing on four major products, four major business units, all everything around Linux. Of course, SUSE Linux Enterprise Server, Cloud Native, our Kubernetes management with everything on top of it, SUSE Edge, so microservices, and where there is no connection to internet, any computer that is not SLE, not SUSE Linux Enterprise, and AI. So now to the perfect storm. What is a perfect storm? A perfect storm, according to Wikipedia, is a confluence of events that drastically aggravates the situation. In other words, many things happen at the same time, and they are creating a much bigger event. So what is the first element of this storm that I see? I have two numbers for you here, and the live stream on YouTube is 30 seconds later, so you can try to guess when you hear this. I will tell, because these numbers, they actually represent two important elements. 25 is the number of the average number of appliances in a household in the Netherlands 25 years ago, in 2000. And last year they did the same investigation again, and they figured out that it was 131 on average in a household computerized appliances. So what you see, first element of this storm, is that there are more and more appliances. If we look at the second element of this storm, we look at complexity. You see here a light bulb from around probably quite an old one compared to one which is out now. So you see that there are not only more appliances, but the appliances that are there also become more and more complex. So we have now two elements: more appliances and more complex appliances. What's the third element in this storm? The third element is the turbulence happening around us. We have today people from all over the world. Here in the Netherlands, in Europe, we are quite concerned what's happening in Ukraine, Russia. But you see that from all over the world, there is more and more pressure on having your security up to date. You don't want to have hackers coming in, and you see now that because of the international turbulence, more and more dangerous coming following this turbulence. So if you have those three elements together, international turbulence, there are much more appliances, and the appliances that are there are more complex. That means we need to make sure that we have our security up to date. And then you can say the fourth element in this storm is that European legislation, or even global legislation, because we have people from outside of Europe here as well. I'd say, yes, there absolutely is an element which makes it even more important to protect yourself. And in Europe, we are now looking at 4 different regulatories coming to us. It's NIS2. I will talk about that a lot more in this presentation. There is the CRA, the Cyber Resilience Act, obviously. There is the DORA, so specifically for digital operations. And there's the PCI DSS, which is important for the banking industry. So it's really on different aspects coming towards us. Us is in this case open source, but any IT company. If we're going to look deeper into the NIS2, is it relevant for us to have our security up to date? Well, I would definitely say yes, because this is Article 21 out of the NIS2 appliance, and it says that if now consumers are being hurt, that the management level of an organization, they are responsible up to 10 million euro per incident. And to make it even more interesting, at this moment, and probably that will not happen, you as a company cannot insure your C-level, your executive level, for this liability. That means that if they make wrong decisions or no decision, which can also be a decision, and your customers and eventually the end customer is hurt, then you are liable as an individual, up to 10 million per incident. In other words, you better make sure that you have your security up to date. And then how can you become NIST compliant? It's not just filling in a 200 pages questionnaire. It is really that there is an objective international institute which does this check whether or not you are NIS2 compliant. So is it relevant to you? Let's look into that. If you are living in any of the countries here that are green and your company is over 10 million revenue, or you have more than 50 people working for you, that means that you have to apply with the NIS2 regulations. They started and they were effective from the 18th of October last year. That means that anyone living in this country is responsible and is liable for it. And then what's very important, what you see here, EAL4+, is the evaluation at 4+ level. I will talk about that more in the following slides. So let's look deeper into if you are liable, yes or no. If you are C-level of a company and you are working in any of those critical defined sectors as mentioned here, and as I said earlier, I repeat, more than 50 people working for you, or more than 10 million annual revenue, that means you are liable. So you think, okay, my sector is not here, am I fine? Maybe not, because also other critical sectors were defined. And also anyone working in these sectors is liable. By the way, if anyone has questions during the presentation, and it is possible to ask Richard, feel free to jump in at any time. If I'm able to answer the questions, I'm absolutely love to have this interaction. So let's say you are not living in any of the countries on the earlier map, and you're not working in any of these sectors, and your company or organization that you work for is smaller than 50 employees or 10 million revenue. Does that mean that it's not liable for you, that it's not relevant for you to have this level of security that I'm going to talk about later? I would say it's not for nothing that within the European Union, we said that NIS2 is a high level of security. It doesn't mean that you are completely harmless, but looking at this level of security is relevant for everyone, wherever you are in the world. So what does that mean, this security? How are you going to be protected? And another important question, you might think, well, that NIS2 is interesting, but I have ISO 27001 or ISO 27002 already. So I should be covered, right? The answer is maybe, because it's the same as the box of chocolates as we know from Forrest Gump. We know the movie where Forrest Gump gets the chocolate, bites into it, and he has no idea what's inside. The same is happening if you have a ISO 27001, because it is possible that you are covered, but it might not be the case. And why is that? What you see here is that the ISO 27001, that means that you have all of these security requirements covered. So incident handling is covered, business continuity, FACNIF, and everything is covered except supply chain security. Because in ISO 27001, you can exclude the supply chain security. And that's very important, because if you want to be NIS2 compliant, you cannot exclude the supply chain security. It's part of the common criteria EAL4+. I will explain about that later more. Let me see if there are questions coming in. No, not yet. Okay. Here we go. Then, oh, one page too high. So what's the difference between ISO 27001 and the common criteria EAL4+? The difference is that you can find blind spots within ISO 27001, and in the common criteria, you are not able to exclude it. So that means you must have full control and a description of all your security aspects. And ISO 27001 says it's possible to delegate area as blind spots. So if we look at the landscape of operating systems that are used all over the world, you see that many different operating systems, all the major ones, they have this PNAP OS-PP. In other words, the EAL level 1 coverage. That means that their evaluation assurance level is at level 1. And that's nice, because that has got a lot of things regarding your product, means that you are secure on that area. But if you also want to have a supply chain, which is security updates, the production, and the company also to be covered, then you need to have your evaluation assurance level on 4+. What is that? What is that certification that I'm talking about, and who is granting it? I hear a bit of noise. Is that okay? I will continue because I think the sound is okay again. It's quite complex to get this EAL4+ certification, because you see here all the different aspects that are part of a common criteria EAL4+. They all need to be locked up. They all need to be certified, checked. And it's not something you can do yourself. You have to find one of the institutions around the world that are doing this for you. And if you are in Germany, that means that you have to go to the BSI, the German institution that does this checkup. And they will check every element in this chain here, and every element has to be strong enough so that your customer data, your customer system is secure. Supply chain evaluation effort. Is it easy to get this certification at EAL level 4? No, it's quite complex, because every little supplier that you have must have the check, must have been checked. And therefore, it's not something that you can just simply apply for and get it. It's really hard work to get this certification. Is it necessary to have also your supply chain check marked? Well, maybe not necessary, but we look at it as the triathlon of evaluation. In other words, you can check whether or not your security is safe enough. So you do an internal investigation for your company or your organization. If you don't do it, at some point probably an intruder will come and do this evaluation for you. Therefore, you will might get in big problems. And then if you come in front of a judge, you have to explain how it is that your end customer was damaged by this intruder. And you can take the risk and get wounded. Richard, can you mute yourself, please? Thank you very much for that, Richard. So you can do your evaluation yourself. You can ask or wait till an intruder does it for you, or you can defend it in court. But if you have to defend it in court, it works quite well if you have a state-recognized certification, and that is NIS2. And to be at the point of an independent evaluation, it really helps if you're in front of the judge to say, look, I did what I could because I was using software which had the NIS2 compliancy checkmark. Let's continue. If you have all your certifications, even your NIS2 and your ISOs and everything, does that mean that you can go berserk and do anything you want? No. It still means that you have to realize that if you go do stunts, if you are not taking the right responsibility, that you still can harm your customers. And that means that having a certification is important to have, but it's not 100% covering you. Still, you must have other elements in place as well, and don't act crazy. So this story about the value of certification, the value of certification for software, for open source software, who is talking about this important lessons to people in politics or people at the enterprise customers that are making, that are creating tenders so that other IT companies can reply to it. It is a whole bunch of organizations that are doing this. And why is it better to have open source compared to proprietary in this case? Well, it's not a guarantee again, as most people probably in this audience know, that it is not 100% guarantee that open source makes your software more secure. But by definition, open source software is more secure because of the multi-I element. Does it mean that proprietary software cannot be safe? No, that's not the case. Does it mean that open source always is safe? That's not the case either. But the definition of open source software development is more secure compared to proprietary. So back to the question, who is talking about open source software to the decision makers? In Europe, but also outside of Europe, you see more and more alliances of open source companies. So there is in Europe an umbrella organization for all these country representatives with open source alliances, and that organization is called APPEL. That's a European Open Source Software Business Association. And to be a member of this APPEL, you have to be a company, a country representative of open source companies. So for many years, there is the very successful OSBA in Germany, Open Source Business Alliance. In Finland, there is the COS. In the Netherlands, at the moment, I am part of an organization, and we are at the moment founding an organization, Dutch Open Source Business Alliance. There is an organization like that for France, for Sweden, the ESOP in Portugal, and RIOS in Italy. So, in other words, there are at the moment 8 different country representatives representing open source industry to the European Union and beyond. As I said, in the Netherlands, at the moment, I'm very proud to be one of the founding members representing SUSE in founding this organization. And the story is a bit more complex because there was already it says underneath in Dutch, Vereniging Open Source Nederland, which is about the same as the Dutch Open Source Business Alliance, that was founded back in 2000, so 25 years ago. But we really saw the need for having a representation within the European Union through to a Dutch organization where several organizations, companies, open source companies, are represented, and therefore you could say, refounded this organization. We're renaming it to DOSBA for the international naming. And then there is also Open Forum Europe. Open Forum Europe is an independent think tank where also SUSE is proud partner of. All open source companies can become a partner of Open Forum Europe. And that again gives you the possibility to have influence in how there is a lobby going on in Europe. They are independent. And they are not just for open source software, but also for open standards and open source AI. So it's more than just open source software, but it is a great organization based in Brussels that is doing lobby for open source software and more than that within Europe. But anywhere in the world, there is activity going around regarding public money, public code. So if public money is being used to create software or to adjust software, that it should be public code as well. So that is something that I personally and many people with me around the world are really working hard for, to get that more and more established. So who is shouting? Who is possible? Who can be an open source ambassador? Who can be an open source policy maker? Everyone can be a policy maker. So if we have now hundreds of people here in this hackathon, which I'm really proud to be a part of, then we all can spread the word that open source and NIS2 compliancy is the best way forward. And in my personal opinion, the only way forward. I would say thank you very much for having this opportunity, for giving me this opportunity to talk about the open source policies, open source lobbying, EU regulations within the European Union and beyond. I'm really looking forward to answer some questions, and if people would like to reach out to me, I'm active on LinkedIn, Mastodon, YouTube, where also I have my own show called the Friday Catch-Up. I released this morning a Friday Catch-Up around the topic of 2 topics actually, SUSECon, which is happening early March in Orlando, in America, and Open Forum, Open Infra Forum happening in Sweden on 22nd of May. Are there any questions, comments, complaints? Please let me know.
Complaints not, but there was a question.
There is a question. So the question is, Emil, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Wonderful lecture on the perfect storm. So we have a question. There is a concerned person who says, what is the effect on individual contributors to open source projects? Does it affect individual contributors? Like I'm not associated with any company, I am trying to
Mhm.
contribute, and there's a security flaw in my code or something like that. What happens to such an individual? Because that's something that somebody in the group asked.
Yes, a very good question.
Yeah.
Regarding the NIS2 compliance, as I mentioned, that is only applying to the bigger organizations, to the bigger, how do you say that, institutions. As I said, more than 50 people have to be in that organization. And if it's a company with a revenue stream, then it's 10 million or over. So that's for the NIS2. The Cyber Resilience Act is something else. There are within the open source industry several opinions, not always in the same direction, about how valuable it is for open source. I know at several events there was spoken about open source not being completely taken part of the Cyber Resilience Act, and therefore also there is now a strong lobby going on within the European Union through, for example, Open Forum Europe and other important open source organizations like the Linux Foundation, Eclipse Foundation, to make sure that the update on the Cyber Resilience Act, that will have a better protection for open source developers. There are people who know a lot more about this specific topic than I do, but I would definitely feel free, if there's somebody has a question on this, reach out to me and I can bring you in contact with people who know exactly how it is. And I have to be a little bit careful. As I said, disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer, but there is definitely some discussion about this topic. So it's a very good question. Thank you very much for that, who asked it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions that came in?
No, at the moment, no, but there is a lot of people viewing this, listening to also tomorrow because it's a little late in some of where our viewers are located. So we could have questions coming up in the morning as well. So
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And for all viewers, we hope to see you tomorrow again, where we again start at 9 o'clock standard European Standard Time, Central European Time. And as you can see, now the program for tomorrow is live, where we will start at 9 o'clock with a masterclass about Ubuntu Touch development, a panel discussion, and a masterclass about mastering Kubernetes, another discussion. Then we have a masterclass about running your business with Nextcloud. Then a masterclass about Oka, a masterclass about financial freedom. And I will end with a masterclass about open source education. For now, everybody, thank you for your attendance. To all the hackers who are coding, success with your project. And if you have not joined our Mattermost channel yet, as a participant, please do. You all have the links in your email. Thank you.
Yes, very welcome. There you are.